Welcome to Weber Pool, as we are now in Event 3. This is the women's 1,000-yard freestyle. Thank you so much for tuning into this Husson Eagles Sports Network broadcast. I'm Philip Robarge, joined alongside Owen Snow as we get set for the third event today here at Weber Pool. In lane 1, we have Emily Stokel out of Keene State, and Haley Brewer is in lane 2 for Maine Maritime. The Eagles have Sarah Harriman in lane 3, the freshman. Rory Lee for Keene State in lane 4. Avery Fraga, freshman for Maine Maritime, over there in lane 5. She just made the turn. And Mia Winslow rounds out in 6th for the Eagles.
Yeah, it's going to be a great meet all night. We've got 3 very strong schools here. We've got the home Husson University Eagles. We've got the Maine Maritime Mariners. And then we've got Keene State, who it's going to look to be a very powerful fight from all 3 teams. A lot of them trying to get their times, right? Time is the most important. Time is one of the most important things when it comes to swim meets. Try to get the fastest time to qualify for the ECAC championships when those times come.
UMaine and Husson neck and neck, although it is Husson and Keene State right now that are battling it out. That's Rory Lee from Keene State in lane 4, excuse me. And Sarah Harriman for the Eagles.
1,000-yard freestyle is one of the, if not one of the longest races that we have. I think the longest one we had when I was last on the broadcast was like a 500-yard freestyle, and that took forever. That was 20 down and backs. So this is 40 down and backs. Just think about that. This race is all about pace. If you can maintain your pace, you're going to do great. It's kind of like doing a 1-mile run. You don't want to try your hardest at like the very start. You want to pace yourself out throughout the race. That's going to be very important right here. Just because you're in first now does not mean you're going to end up first at the end.
Pace is certainly key. Sarah Harriman setting that pace now for the Eagles, who have the lead, followed very closely there by Rory Lee of Keene State.
Harriman was a very strong swimmer last time for Husson, last swim meet here, and she's doing a stellar job once again this evening. Those 2 in lane 3 and lane 4 are just about neck and neck. There's really not much separation between them, Philip.
No, there isn't. As, again, Harriman and Lee continue to lead the way. It's Stokel in lane 1, Brewer in lane 2. As we mentioned, Harriman and Lee, lanes 3 and 4, Fraga in lane 5, and Winslow in lane 6. We continue to press on. It looks like Rory Lee has taken just a little bit of an advantage from Sarah Harriman.
And you just think we've barely passed a quarter of the way through this freestyle. That's how long and not gruesome, but it's a very agonizing, very long race. It can get to you very quickly. That's why sometimes endurance is better than speed.
Rory Lee making the turn. Trying to extend her advantage here on Sarah Harriman. And it's Stokel in lane 1, just continuing to make the turn, as is Fraga and Brewer. And now Winslow makes her turn.
A couple of these races are almost hitting the halfway point. And the halfway point, you still got to maintain your pace. It's really it's really when you get to about 15 laps is when 30 laps is when you really got to pick up the pace.
As Owen mentioned, very, very long and grueling race that we have. As he mentioned, we are now a quarter of the way through it. More than a quarter of the way through it.
Almost halfway to be exact.
Now coming to the turn, it's Keene State's Lee, followed by Harriman of Husson in lane 3. Those have been the two since we began.
Sarah Harriman, too. One thing I want to point out is that she's only a freshman, and she's competing against a very great Keene State player, Rory Lee, who's a junior, so a little bit more experience than Harriman, but Harriman trying to keep up her pace. And then watch out for lane 6, Mia Winslow. She's starting to take over second place.
She has indeed. She's continuing to just wear down that Keene State lead of Lee.
This race, this 1,000-yard freestyle and the men's 1,000-yard freestyles are going to be the longest races of the night. So to get those out of the way, at least you're not fussing and stewing about it later on when you're already tired and then you have to do that sort of race. I think it's a great idea to get these events out early.
It certainly is, because then you have, like you said, Owen, just a lot more time to think about your more intense races, your more quicker, fast-paced races. You don't have to stress about having to do this one.
We'll say Mia Winslow has almost really taken the lead over on Lee. It's very close, and then in lane 5, Avery Fraga, also very dangerous player to watch out for, freshman as well, but she's from MMA.
Coming to the turn now is Rory Lee, followed by Avery Fraga.
Lee has maintained her pace this whole race. It's like nobody's really been able to really take over the lead against her. I don't know if her wear and tear is going to fight off much longer. We'll have to wait and see. But she's been the front runner in this race as we're almost 3/4 of the way through it.
It is coming to the point where it becomes more of a mental strength, pushing yourself to continue to go as you have gone. And as you mentioned, Owen, that's going to be her key now to maintain her lead. Continuing to push herself and continue to set this pace where, again, that has seen her take the lead and continue to hold on to it. Here she is coming to the turn.
And Harriman's really been the only one that has kept up with her. Everyone else is not even at lap 30 yet, so.
And she's going to have to, as you said, Owen, almost 3/4 of the way through this event. She's going to have to pick it up a little bit. She's going to want to start pushing herself in these next coming laps.
Well, she has a 12-second lead right now over second place Harriman. So I think if she can maintain this pace, she'll be just okay.
Into the turn now is Sarah Harriman. And on the other side, here's Lee making her turn, followed by Rayleigh Brewer. Incoming now, Avery Fraga out of Maine Maritime. There's Harriman again. Now coming to the turn on the left side of your screen is Mia Winslow.
Again, Lee just really not showing any sign of slowing down here. This has really been a fun race to watch.
Has been, and is it reaching its conclusion? It's still Rory Lee in the lead. Very briefly on that first lap did Sarah Harriman have the lead. That was the last time she had the lead. Now coming to what is her final half of the pool. She's pushed herself so well. And in the end, 11:38.67 will be her time. Now incoming lane 3, Sarah Harriman. And 11:55.38 will be her final time. She gets second.
What a race, though, by Rory Lee. Only getting under 12 minutes in this 1,000-yard freestyle it's a really good time, honestly, and she should be very proud of herself. Also, Sarah Harriman getting under 12 minutes as well. Very good times from both those key players.
And just ahead of the rest from start to finish. As you were talking there, Emily Stokel came across the line to get third at a 12:15.16. And that will be followed by Rayleigh Brewer, 12:35.26. In lane 5, we have Avery Fraga at a 12:42.58. And that will mean Mia Winslow will get sixth as she comes across the line at 12:57.52. Now we will prepare for the men's 1,000 freestyle.
Again, it's going to be another long race, just like the women's, the same distance. And like I said previously, like I said with the women's race, this race is going to be all about pace. Who can keep their endurance the longest, who can stay at a good pace till the very end where they can speed things up. It's going to be like that for all the men as well. And we got some great contestants here for this 1,000-yard freestyle, Philip.
In lane 1, Keene State, Keegan Johnson. Lane 2, we have Boyer out of MMA. Lane 3, we have Bryce Upton, freshman out of Husson. Alex Augusto gets lane 4. James Cregan in lane 5, and Bennett Walker in lane 6 for the Eagles. Have to see how this one shakes out. We saw with the women's event Lanes 3 and 4 for Husson and Keene State going out to just separating themselves from the rest of the pack, and it stayed that way for the remainder. Doesn't look so far. MMA getting that early advantage in Boyer over there in lane 2.
One thing I want to point out, too, is lane 1, lane 2, and lane 3 are all freshmen. And right now they've had some of the quickest times, so be on the lookout, especially for B.R. Boyer, a freshman out of Maine Maritime Academy.
He is again making the turn. B.R. Boyer. Second. Lane 5. James Cregan, followed by Alex Augusto, Keegan Johnson, and the 2 Husson swimmers, Bryce Upton and Bennett Walker. Maintaining his lead is Boyer through 5 laps now.
Another 40 down and backs. A grueling race indeed. So 10 is the quarter waypoint, 20 is the halfway point, 30's the third quarter way, and then once we get to 40, that is the end.
Boyer being pushed a little bit. As he'll come across now. In lane 5, James Cregan and Alex Augusto.
Lane 2, lane 3, lane 4, and lane 5 are all very close to each other. Those are definitely 4 swimmers to watch out for right in the middle of your screen.
Boyer to make the turn, followed by Cregan, followed by Augusto, followed by Upton. And then it's Walker. And last to make the turn will be Keegan Johnson in lane 1.
So right now Boyer has the lead, but his teammate Cregan is making a push for that win as well. Again, we're still very early on in this race, but that gap is closing between lane 2 and lane 5.
Very, very close between the 2 MMA teammates. Keene State and Husson. Again, as Owen mentioned a little bit early in this one, but starting to maybe lose their pace a little bit.
Only a 3-second lead between, or 2-second lead between Boyer and Cregan. Boyer still has that lead, but Cregan's creeping up.
Lap number 17. Boyer is on. There is his teammate Cregan, followed by Keene State Augusto.
Yeah, Boyer currently has like a body length on Cregan, but it's getting closer and closer every lap. Those two only separated now by less than 2 seconds. Literally just a body's length lead.
It's getting tighter and tighter between Boyer and Cregan. Let's see what their splits are. Very, very close indeed, pushing each other all the way here. So we cross over the halfway mark.
Separated by 7 milliseconds on that lap. Oh
very,
boy.
Very close. It's like Cregan has gained that lead now.
He's got it literally by about an inch probably. Oh, it's so close. I think Boyer actually going to hit first.
Boyer does hit first.
We're separated by 9 milliseconds on that lap. Wow, what a race we've got from two
and its
teammates.
Again, just the two front runners way out in front as the pack is just desperate to catch up. As here comes Augusto sitting comfortably in third.
It's going to be crazy after this race going from 1,000 yards to now just 200.
Certainly,
it's going to be a very shorter race than we have been seeing.
The intensity will be, again, from one strength to strength. Owen, you're right.
It will be the women's 200-yard freestyle next, and it's going to be all 5 new swimmers we haven't seen yet. So that will be a good race. Again,
good chance
8 down and backs for 200 yards.
Lead getting a little bit wider this time for Boyer, although you wouldn't know it looking at the two of them. Neck and neck still.
5 milliseconds that time. It really can't get any closer than that. It's insane to see the pace from both these swimmers. They're almost at lap 30 now, so
we will continue to watch and wait to see if they begin to sort of fall off here. Doesn't look like they show any signs of tiring out there. So they're closing in on 10 laps to go. And indeed, next time they do go back, they will have 10 laps. And here is Augusto now making the turn, followed by Keegan Johnson.
That time Cregan hit the turn quicker by about 50 milliseconds. So he's really going to start taking the lead on Boyer.
And that was Bryce Upton making the turn. He's got 29 laps to go. 2 laps ahead of them are the current leaders, B.R. Boyer and James Cregan. And Cregan hits first now in lane 5.
It seems like Cregan's taking about half a body length on Boyer.
As they hit the wall. Splits are indeed getting wider and wider. Cregan pulling away a little bit now.
Those two still going at it. It's definitely a great race. The women's race was good. This race is also turning out to be good.
This one, again, very neck and neck, much like the women's race, as you said, Owen. It seems to be the pack just falling more and more away as the splits become a little bit wider now.
I think you can definitely tell, looking at lane 2, Boyer's definitely getting tired. It was a very slow turn last time around, and it's looking more and more like Cregan's going to end up taking home the win, but we still have a lot of laps left to go. We have about 3. But lane 5, Cregan is cooking.
He is. Now, coming home now is Alec Augusto. He is the man in third right now. And now, on there, his final lap. B.R. Boyer.
Boyer's just had a great race. But Cregan will take that win, Phillip.
And it will be James Cregan with 11:09.62. Followed again, as we mentioned, by Boyer, 11:13.41. Now, it will be Alec Augusto in lane 4 to get third. And then coming home now is Bryce Upton for the Eagles in lane 3. He'll get fourth at 11:56.16.
So with James Cregan hitting that 11:09 mark, that is a really fast time for an 1,000-yard race.
Coming home, almost halfway home now, in lane 6 is Walker for the Eagles. And as he touches the wall, he'll round out his day, 12:30.12. Now it is the final stretch for Keegan Johnson of Keene State. Johnson will come home at 13:06.50. And that will wrap up the men's 1,000-yard freestyle.
And it was a great race all around. Cregan and Boyer, 2 MMA teammates, those two were battling out for most of the race. And now Cregan has the bragging rights.
He does over his teammate Boyer. It was certainly neck and neck for a while there. And Boyer just falling away with a couple of laps to go. And now we prepare for the women's 200-yard freestyle. Lanes starting in lane 1. Angela Enright from Keene State. She's a freshman, as Owen mentioned. All new swimmers here. And lane 2, MMA's Aaron Griffin for Husson. In lane 3, Abby Donato. In lane 4 for Keene State, Victoria Welch. In lane 5 will be Kate Rudder for MMA.
Only going to use 5 lanes today, or in this race, excuse me. So we'll have to see how all 5 of these swimmers can play it out. 2 MMA swimmers, 2 Keene State swimmers, and the lone Husson swimmer in lane 3, Abby Donato. We had a good meet last time around here a couple weeks ago. Put up some great times, bunch of freestyle races, bunch of relays. So watch out for her. She's in lane 3.
Again, those lanes for you. Lane 1, Enright. Lane 2, Griffin. Lane 3, Donato. Lane 4, Welch. And lane 5 will be Rudder. There is no 6th lane. So these are the 5 for the women's 200-yard freestyle.
4 out of the 5 swimmers are freshmen. Just wanted to point that out. Only one that's not a freshman is Lane 4, Victoria Welch, who's a junior. Got a lot of freshmen, sophomores showing up today at the swim meet. So I got a lot of young potential in some of these swimmers here this evening.
Should be very, very exciting.
Lane number 1 from Keene State is Angela Enright. And lane number 2 from Maine Maritime, Marin Griffin. And lane number 3 from Husson is Abby Donato. And lane number 4 from Keene State,
Hear the
Victoria Welch.
applause for Abby Donato. In lane 3, she is the only competitor for Husson in this event.
Women's 200 freestyle, Mr. Referee.
There they go.
Donato was the one that stayed in the water the longest, gives her a slight lead.
And it is Donato in lane 3 to take the lead, the early lead. Griffin will try and get that lead from her in lane 2. Lane 3,
Donato just had a better turn. It's giving her a slight advantage right now, but Griffin making a strong push.
it is Donato and Griffin. In third is lane 4, Welch, followed by Rudder. And rounding it off is Enright. Neck and neck for those 1 and 2 spots.
Just seems as though Griffin is keeping up with Donato on the straight swims, but then Donato's just taking the lead when it comes to the turns.
Donato is very, very close, and it will continue to be Abby Donato in the lead. Abby Donato, Erin Griffin, Victoria Welch. Those are the 3. In lane 5 is Kate Rudder, and then rounding it off is Angela Enright. Donato and Griffin continuing to push each other.
This one's really going to come down to the wire.
And still Donato with a very, very slim lead, milliseconds. Now falling away is Victoria Welch in lane 4. Abby Donato being cheered on by her teammates, as is Erin Griffin. Two of them have just taken themselves completely,
This one's
separating
really
themselves.
come down close.
And it will be Donato. And the two coming together very, very close, as it will be a 2:12.49 for Abby Donato. Marin Griffin will come home in second at a 2:13.23, and Keene State's Victoria Welch at a 2:22.43.
Yeah, just Donato and Griffin, those two. It was just those two. Basically that entire race. Donato had sharper turns, and I think that was the real key deciding factor in this race.
And Kate Rudder for MMA with a 2:45.28. And Angela Enright with a 2:52.25. That will round off the women's 200-yard freestyle. We move to the men's. And if the last one was neck and neck, this one is almost sure to be Owen.
Absolutely, Phillip.
We only have 2 contestants. Lanes 2 and 3 be the only lanes occupied.
Yeah, so this is heat 1, or we're going to go into heat 2, actually, of the women's 200-yard freestyle. They're going to have 4 swimmers. So there are some freestyles where there's only 6 lanes, but there's more than six swimmers competing. So we'll split it up into 2 heats. So this will be the second heat.
And it will be in lane 1, Madison Wilson for Keene State, Olivia Underwood in lane 3 for the Eagles. Lane 4, Hannah Reddick for Keene State. In lane 6 will be Gabby Hoffman for the Eagles. Now, early here. It is Underwood in lane 3 getting an early lead. It's Keene State's Hannah Reddick who follows her. And in lane 6, it's Gabby Hoffman. In lane 1, Maddie Wilson.
Underwood's such a very strong swimmer for this Eagles team. Saw her swim a couple weeks ago right here, and she definitely put on a performance, winning some very crucial races and getting her good times down.
And it was Wilson to cross first, followed by Underwood, followed by Reddick, and then followed by Hoffman. As Madison Wilson getting out to an early advantage here. Continuing to fight her hard, though, is Olivia Underwood of Husson. She's having to fend off Hannah Reddick in lane 4, though. It is still Wilson to cross first, followed by Underwood, followed by Reddick, followed by Hoffman. And it's Madison Wilson and Olivia Underwood, stride for stride, as we get closer and closer.
Yeah, those two, lane 1 and lane 3, just battling it out. We see Madison Wilson, a close lead, but Underwood trying to come up and secure that dub.
It's Wilson and Underwood now separating themselves more and more from Reddick and Hoffman. And Madison Wilson has just taken control, and she will cross first at a 2:09.69, followed by Olivia Underwood at a 2:11.83. And then in third is Hannah Reddick with a 2:16.61, and now Gabby Hoffman will round out the time at 2:21.66. And now we will move now to event number 6. I apologize, I did get ahead of myself. And here we will have just the 2 lanes. We do have a full second heat, though. But as of right now, it is Marisa Gillen from MMA. And it's Andrew Prince of the Eagles. Those are the 2 you see on your screen.
See what these two have in store. Both can be very strong swimmers. This one may really come down to the wire.
A sophomore versus a freshman. A sophomore in the yellow cap of MMA. That's Gillen. And then Prince for Husson, the freshman in the white cap. It's Gillen with the early advantage over Prince. Just almost a body length in it in lane 2. Got a good jump early and has continued. But here comes Prince.
Both are maintaining good pace, but right now it's Gillian Barcia, who's just got a slight lead over Prince. He's really kind of pulling away with it now, about a body and a half length lead.
Now really pulling away is Gillian Barcia from Prince. Almost a body length and a half, 2 body lengths actually. This lead is growing, Owen.
Absolutely. Just great job by Gillian Barcia to maintain great form throughout, making sharp turns, staying in the water longer after those turns, and then maintain a good swim-in stroke.
Now he will hit the wall here at a 1:29.47, making good time. And Prince will hit the wall at 1:33.73. By the time he hits the wall, Barcia is almost halfway down the pool.
About 2 body lengths now, and it's looking like this is his race. Luis Gillian Barcia.
And now really just extending that lead to 3 body lengths. And in the end, coming home easily at a 2:01.28. And Prince comes home for the Eagles at a 2:06.99. Just pure dominance in that heat.
It really was. It was very close at the start. But then we saw Gillian Barcia probably about a little bit over halfway throughout the race really start to pull away and get a body length or 2 lead. And he kept that pace all along, and that's what gave him the dub. This race, though, this next heat, it's got some very, very strong players. I want to point out, too, for Husson, Alexander Walsh and Braden Champlin, 2 of the most strongest swimmers on this team. And those 2, just incredible. I saw them a couple weeks ago. They were just phenomenal.
We will see them in action here. They are in lanes 3 and 6. Alexander Walsh in lane 3. Braden Champlin in lane 6. As it's Braden Rogers in lane 1. Tim Rita in lane 2. As we mentioned, Walsh in lane 3. And it's Leo Lordenson in lane 4. And Ryan Johnson-Reese. Now it will be Walsh getting the lead over his teammate here. Although very, very close, neck and neck, as is Lawrenson and Johnson-Reese. It's Walsh leading so far.
Absolutely. Like I said, he's a very strong swimmer, one of the best on this Husson squad, and he's really showing out right now.
Walsh hits first, followed by Tim Rita, followed by lane 4, Lawrenson. Don't forget about Braden Champlin there too. Alexander Walsh pulling ahead.
This is his race to lose, Phillip. He is showing the best form right now. His turns are great. His swimming is even better.
Although keeping up with him is Tim Rita, who now is just now beginning to fall away as I say that. But for a long, long time there, he was almost neck and neck. It's a great effort by him still as they continue to separate themselves from the pack. The pack being lane 4, Leo Lawrenson, Johnson Reed's race, and Braden Champlin.
Walsh got one more down and back. Let's see if he can finish it off strong.
He is absolutely continuing to stretch his lead. See how much he's saved for this last stretch here.
So we really got to push.
And
he might get under 2 minutes.
Tim Rita all the way back as Alexander Walsh a sub 2 minutes, 1:50.94. In comes Rita at a 1:57 even. In lane 6, Braden Champlin recovering very well to take third, 1:57.99. And then in lane 5, it is Reese Johnson for MMA to take a 1:59.17. And now, just getting across is lane 1, Braden Rogers for Keene State, 2:15.76.
Alexander Walsh is going to be one of the strongest swimmers this evening. He really showed it off right there in that 200-yard freestyle. Just really showing his dominance. Got under a minute and 51 seconds. Just an incredible time. Next closest person was 7 seconds away.
Now as we move on to the women's 100-yard backstroke, we have Abby Fitzpatrick in Keene State, the freshman in lane 2. Isabella Cost for Husson, the junior, in lane 3. And Angela Enright, who we saw earlier in the women's 200, takes lane 4.
That one was the freestyle, now the backstroke. This will really be a testament to see how good they are in this sort of swim.
One of two heats. This is the first.
Looks like lane 2 right there. It's really pulling away Abby Fitzpatrick.
Is Abby Fitzpatrick first. Oh, she hit the water first, and now will make the turn first, followed by Cost and then Enright. Big lead for Abby Fitzpatrick here, as it looks to be Isabella Cost trying to hold on to second.
The 100-yard
by Angela Enright.
100 yards is about 4 down and back, so if they've 4 laps, so they've got 2 more laps to go, one down and 1 back.
And continuing to maintain her steady rhythm, Abby Fitzpatrick way ahead now, a couple of body lengths ahead of Isabella Cost, who is pulling away from Angela Enright. It's all Abby Fitzpatrick for Keene State, the freshman. In lane 2. She will come across in a 1:16.75, followed by Isabella Cost, who never looked like relinquishing second. She got a 1:23.67.
As this is a double dual meet, I have some scores through event number 6.
And Angela Enright
Keene State against Maine Maritime. Keene
apparently
State
does not have a time,
Maine Maritime
as
squad.
something is wrong with the board. We're not able to see it, but she did
Just
come
showed
in
up.
third.
Women, Husson against
There it is, 1:27.51. We had to wait for it a little bit. Now it is there. Perfect timing, Owen.
I know, right?
Just looked away. Now, moving on.
We're going to get the second heat of this women's 100-yard backstroke. 5 racers. It's going to be a very competitive race.
Kylie Dyer, the junior for Keene State in lane 1. Emily Metzger for MMA in lane 2. She's a freshman, as is Emily Kennard for Husson in lane 3. And London Armitage from Keene State. And rounding out in lane 6 is Mariah Muskovich for Husson.
This will be, again, 5 strong racers. It could really come down to the wire.
Five out of the 6 lanes are filled. There they go. Heat 2 of this 100-yard backstroke. And getting out to an early lead is Kylie Dyer. Actually crossing first, Emily Kennard, followed by Dyer, followed by Armitage and Metzger. Muskovich will round out. Kennard now pulling ahead.
Yeah, Kennard doing just a wonderful job. As well, lane 4 over there, Armitage kind of creeping up a little bit, but Kennard is still looking very strong and poised right now.
Kennard fending off both Armitage and Metzger, both Keene State.
Look at those times, Phillip.
Now, with a 3-second difference for Emily Kennard, who comes across first at a 1:03.25. Lane 4, London Armitage, 1:06.75. And then third is Kylie Dyer, 1:10.37. Lane 2, Emily Metzger comes across 1:12.58. And then in lane 5, Mariah Muskovich, 1:14.26.
This men's race, this men's 100-yard backstroke has some great players in it. As these three swimmers right here, Philip will get to them, are very strong in their own rights. Do the same race as the women's 100-yard backstroke.
We'll have Fox Ferdinand, Caden Morris, and Josh Spillane. Lanes 2, 3, and 4. MMA, Husson, and Keene State. Now watch for both Fox and Morris. It's Fernald who will cross first, followed by Morris, followed by Spillane.
And Fernald, the lone senior, racing right now against two freshmen, so he's really showing his experience, having been doing swimming for 4 years now. Really showing up at the right time on these times.
It is still Fernald in the lead, being pushed very hard by Morris. As Owen mentioned, the freshman now just a little bit off the pace. Here's Josh Spillane. Very close between Fernald and Morris. In the end, it will be very, very close. 8 milliseconds as Fox Fernald takes the first place here, and in second will be McCaden Morris. Josh Spillane will take third. 104.42 for Fernald, and Morris will come home with a 104.50. That is the difference zone between these two swimmers. Then in lane 3, Josh Spillane, 122.06.
It was so close. McCaden Morris almost was able to fight the comeback, but Fernald shedded him off and was able to maintain his win by only 8 milliseconds.
And you mentioned just the more experience, 4 more years of experience for Fernald, the senior, against two freshmen. As we move to the second heat now. Lane 1, Ethan again. Lane 2, Connor Hedstrom from MMA. Ryan Emerson out of Husson occupies lane 3. Lane 4, Evan Keefe. Lane 5, Dominic Mealy. And Jacob Brown for Husson in lane 6. Husson having a white cap and a black cap in lanes 3 and lane 6. Out to an early lead is Hedstrom. Following close in is Ryan Emerson. It'll be Hedstrom to touch first. Look at that. Able to stay in the water a lot longer than Emerson is Hedstrom. And then third, it will be Mealy.
Emerson and Hedstrom, those two, senior in Emerson versus freshman in Hedstrom.
Keefe again and Brown. Now again, just Hedstrom maintaining his slim lead. Emerson pushing him all the way as they will come across 55.87 for Connor Hedstrom. Ryan Emerson comes across to 56.40. In the third will be Dominic Mealy, 59.85. And then it will be Evan Keefe, 106.32. Jacob Brown for the Eagles, 107.04. And then in lane 1, Ethan again, 110.08. We saw, again, just neck and neck between those two in lanes 2 and 3, Connor Hedstrom, Ryan Emerson.
Absolutely. Hedstrom was able to maintain his lead on Emerson. It looked like Emerson might have had a chance at the final turn, but Hedstrom was able to put in 110% effort and finish out that race strong.
And now it will be, again, only 2 for the women's 100-yard backstroke. In this first of 2 heats will be Gracie Schiller, the freshman for Husson, in lane 3, and Madison Wilson, who we've also seen today in lane 4.
The breaststroke, a little bit of a slower race. It's not as fast as the freestyle, but it takes great form to get a lead and get a win here.
And it will be Wilson who will get an early lead over Schilter.
Seems as though Wilson's doing a great job at maintaining her pace right now against Schiller. And it's now they're halfway through this race. Again, the breaststroke takes a lot of form, some good form.
38.58 for Schiller and 42.08. Excuse me, for Wilson, 42.08 for Schiller. As Wilson continuing to just pull away. She heads home. And Schiller heads home too. Again, just great job, as Owen said, to just get that lead and continue to keep it. And her final time will be a 1:22.89. Schiller will come home with a 1:29.74. Now we will move to the second heat.
Next up is
And now for Keene State in lane 1, Eliza Barrett. And now sophomore for MMA, Kate Griffin in lane 2, Logan Williams for Husson in lane 3, Maddie Fitzgerald for Keene State in lane 4, Hannah Hills for MMA in lane 5, and Isabella Enos will round out this heat in lane 6. 2 freshmen, 2 sophomores, and a junior. Logan Williams, the only junior.
I watched Isabella Enos a couple weeks ago, as she does a great job on the breaststroke races, so watch out for her in lane 6.
There they go. All 6 lanes occupied in this one. As we will see, heading in to this first turn, looks to be Williams and Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald now neck and neck, as is Hannah Hills. The 3 of them pulling out. It will be Williams, Fitzgerald, and Hills, followed by Griffin and Enos, and then Barrett, Williams, Fitzgerald, and Hills pulling away.
This one will really come down to the wire. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 are all so close.
Hills has overtaken Fitzgerald. And Logan Williams maintaining her slim lead. Hannah Hills taking her all the way. Maddie Fitzgerald falling away ever so slightly. And it will be very close, as Logan Williams will take first place for the Eagles. In second was Hannah Hills. Maddie Fitzgerald in third, and fourth will be Kate Griffin. Isabella Enos fifth, and Eliza Barrett in sixth.
Great race all around. Give credit to Logan Williams for fighting off both Maddie Fitzgerald and Hannah Hills at the very end. The junior just showing her experience and putting that one to a close.
Got the lead after that first turn and never relinquished it. So we move on now to the men's side. Just the 2 will be Henry Keeps for MMA, and Felix Marcosan. Marcosan for
I think it's
Husson.
I think it's Marcosian.
Well, they don't give us the sheets until 10 minutes before, so
It's
sometimes
definitely
we do
tough.
the best we can.
Some of these pronunciations are pretty tough, for sure.
And they go. And getting the early lead now. Look at how long Marco San stayed in the water there, but stride and stride, neck and neck as we go. It is Marco San who will take the lead over Keeps.
Two talented freshmen here. Both of them are just showing off why they're so good at this race.
Now you can see Marco San pushing himself more and more as he got to the wall there, trying to give himself some sort of lead as he comes to the turn. And he has given himself almost a quarter of a body length of a lead. Now it's stretching into a half a body lead as he will make the turn for home. Also making the turn is Keeps. Marco San.
It's looking like he's going to keep the lead and get the win.
And he will keep the lead with a 1:12.84. And Henry Keeps with a 1:14.35. We move now to the second heat.
Next up is heat number 2.
This is again a full length starting six. Zach Metz of Keene State, Jack Davis of MMA, Brady Hand, watch out for him, Husson in lane 3, Caden Cox of Keene State, Matthew Levesque of MMA, and Jake Perkins for Husson will round it off.
Brady Hand will be one of the good players, star players to watch out for. Senior for this Husson squad. Watched him a couple weeks ago. I feel like I've said that a bunch of times now, but I really have, and they all have shown out. All had good times, so I just want to give them shout-outs.
Husson take both heats. They took the first one with Marco San. Brady Hand will get the lead as he surfaces first, followed by Zach Mentz and Caden Cox. And that's the two MMA, Jack Davis and Matthew Levesque. And Jake Perkins for the Eagles. It's Hand, followed by Zach Mentz. Very close.
I think Men's going to keep hit. I think Men's going to take over the lead. They're so close. I can't really tell from this angle.
Brady Hand did get the lead from the wall, 30-17. Zach Mentz was at 35-4. Very, very slim. Brady Hand and Zach Mentz. Hayden Cox joining the party here too. Trying to get himself, but it's neck and neck between Mentz and Hand, and it'll be very close, and it will be Brady Hand at a 104.94, followed by Zach Mentz, 105.14. Very, very close between the two of those. Third goes to Caden Cox. Fourth goes to Jake Perkins. Fifth, lane 2, Jack Davis. And then lane 6, Matthew Levesque. But very, very close between Mentz and Hand. Now, we will move to the 200-yard butterfly.
The women's 200-yard butterfly. We've got all 6 lanes being used up again. Got a good mix of Keene State, Husson, and MMA. All sophomores and juniors competing here, Philip. So should be a very good race.
We have Rebecca Randonovich, Natalie Caddy, Morgan Collins, Olivia Boldress, Claire McDonald, and Mac Gray. Eagles in lane 3 with Collins and lane 6 with Gray. And it will be Keene State. Bulrus will take the early lead. Rebecca Randonovich alongside her, as is Claire McDonald for MMA in lane 5. It will be Bulrus, followed by Randonovich, followed by Collins.
Such a tight race so far, Philip. This one hasn't been this close from like so many players before, I don't think.
Now they're 3 wide here. Lanes 4, 5, and 1 to Keene State. Olivia Bulrus, Becca Randonovich, and Claire McDonald. But it is Olivia Bulrus who's in the lead by a slim margin here, and she will continue as we move to the halfway point. Followed by her teammate Rebecca Randonovich, followed by Claire McDonald, Husson swimmers Morgan Collins, and Mac Gray falling behind from the pack here.
It's been such a great race throughout. This is really competitive. This is a great 200-yard butterfly race.
Olivia Bulrus, Becca Randonovich, Keene State, followed by Claire McDonald and Morgan Collins. Keene State continued to just pull ahead as McDonald is falling behind. Looks to be a 1-2 for them. We'll see if they can continue that momentum. They don't look like relinquishing it here. McDonald falling a little bit more behind, as is Collins. And it will be a 1-2 for Keene State, as Olivia Bulrus will take first with a 2:32.79, followed by her teammate Rebecca Randonovich, 2:33.11. And then Claire McDonald in lane 3 with a 2:39.30. And then Morgan Collins for Husson in fourth, 2:44.14. Fifth is Natalie Katie with a 2:51.61. And now Mac Gray for the Eagles, heading home now. It was very, very competitive between the two Keene State teammates.
Absolutely. Those two were neck and neck all throughout the race. Bulrus will have the bragging rights over Ray Donovich, so those two will talk it over after this meet. Be like, hey, I beat you this time. Try to get me next time.
And Claire McDonald looked to be, at one point, like she was going neck and neck with Bulrus, but in the end, just the endurance, the better for Bulrus. Now we will move on to the bend. Lane 1 will be Braden Rogers for Keene State. Murray Thomas for MMA will be in lane 2, the senior. Colby Sweat for the Eagles in lane 3, the freshman. And Leo Lorenzen for Keene State, the junior. We saw him earlier, as well as Rogers. Nate Gibbons in lane 5 for MMA. And Lucas Vendel in lane 6, the senior.
Vendel will be one player to watch out for. He is an incredible swimmer.
And look at how long he takes to get surfaced. Almost the entire length of the pool, but it will be Colby Sweat, followed by Lucas Vendel, followed by Gibbons.
Sweat has the lead right now over everybody.
Sweat, Gibbons, and Lorenzen hitting almost at the same time. Then it's Vendel, then it's Murray, and then Rogers. But Kobe Sweat just continuing to pull away as he has almost a half a body length there on Nate Gibbons.
Only a freshman too, Sweat is. Just showing, he's looking like he's a junior, senior with the incredible form of swimming he has right now.
Only a freshman. But certainly swimming above his weight here. Kobe Sweat for the Eagles, followed by Nate Gibbons, followed by Leo Lauritsen, followed by Lucas Fendel, and then Murray Thomas and Braden Rogers. It is still Kobe Sweat, followed by Gibbons, followed by Lauritsen. Then it's Fendel, and then it's Murray and Rogers.
Been a very good race. The 200-yard butterflies are a very interesting race to analyze. Takes a lot of effort and form to get a perfect race.
Meanwhile, it's Gibbons and Lauritsen going pound for pound here. And it will still be Gibbons, but these splits are getting tighter and tighter for them as Sweat pulls away. And now it looks to be Lauritsen taking the lead over Gibbons as Kobe Sweat will get it first, followed by Lauritsen, followed by Gibbons. Then Lucas Fendel for the Eagles. 2:13.14 was that Kobe Sweat time, followed by Lauritsen's time of 2:17.74, Gibbons' time 2:18.89, Fendel's time 2:26.50, and now here comes Thomas Murray at a 2:48.03, and then Braden Rogers at a 2:50.94.
Yeah, that was all Kobe Sweat's race from start to end. Nobody really could catch up to him, and he was able to keep his pace and form great all the way throughout.
And now we will have the women's 50-yard freestyle. Abby Fitzpatrick, Avery Frega, Maggie Poulin, and London Armitage. We occupy, as Julia Brown will be in lane 6, as that will occupy the lanes. 5 out of the 6. Abby Fitzpatrick, lane 1. Frega, lane 2. Poulin, lane 3. Armitage, lane 4. And Julia Brown in lane 6.
The 50-yard race is very short, very quick. One down and back, that's it.
Now,
this is all about speed
all
in this
out,
race.
as it is Avery Frega and London Armitage. Will be Armitage first, followed by Frega, followed by Poulin. Abby Fitzpatrick, as now it looks to be neck and neck between Abby Fitzpatrick and Avery Frega, but it will be London Armitage to get first, and then it will be Avery Frega in second. Third will go to Abby Fitzpatrick, and fourth will go to Maggie Poulin.
Just great. That was a great race. Of course, the 50-yard races go by very quickly, so you got to be quick on your feet.
Those were very close between Avery Frega and Abby Fitzpatrick. Frega 29.11. Fitzpatrick 29.75. Very close between the two of them. London Armitage 28.39. But now we move to the second heat with Kylie Dyer, Raelle Brewer, Brooklyn Henderson, Tallulah Going, Marin Griffin, and Olivia Underwood. Those are the names.
What a tight race.
As they all basically come to the board. It looks like it will be Tallulah Going, followed by Brooklyn Henderson, Haley Dyer, and it will be it will be in lane 4, Tallulah Going, who will take first, very close. Second was Brooklyn Henderson. And third it will be Dyer. In lane 5, Marin Griffin. Lane 6, Olivia Underwood coming in 5th. And then finally, Rael Brewer. That was very fast, Owen.
Great race by Going. Got off to the fast start early, and with those races, that's how you win. That's how you win the race. Getting off to the quickest start. And that's what she did.
First and last separated by under 2 seconds. This will be the men's turn now. Alexander Walsh and Henry Keeps. It is Walsh to hit first. And it will be Walsh all the way for the Eagles. 22:83, 24:31 is the time for Keeps. And now we will have Heat 2.
Alexander Walsh, like I said, one of the strongest swimmers here this evening. Was really showing off his speed in the water. I mean, under 23 seconds. That is fast. That is fast. And he really showed it off right there.
And now moving on to this heat, Keegan Johnson in lane 1, B.R. Boyer, lane 2, Braden Champlin in lane 3. In lane 4 is Carter Bioche. Ryan Johnson-Reich in lane 5, and Sam Pieiser in lane 6.
Again, we've got another set of strong swimmers. Braden Champlin, one guy to watch out for.
And here we go. Braden Champlin in lane 3 will take the lead here, followed very closely by Johnson Reese. They come to the wall. It's still Champlin. Tight, as it looks like now it's going to be Johnson Reese battling it out. And it will be Johnson Reese edging it just barely over Braden Champlin. Johnson Ryan Reese, Braden Champlin in second, Sam Pieiser in third, and Carter Bochese in lane 4 and fourth, and B.R. Boyer and Keegan Johnson.
Wow.
That
Those
one
two in lane
separated by very little.
Those two, lane 3 and lane 5, Braden Champlin and Ryan Johnson Reese. Holy, what a race between those two. Johnson Reese, you just put together a really fast time here today at the Weber Pool.
I have scores up through that last event.
Now
For the women,
we will have the women's 1 meter diving when we come back. Owen Snow will bring that to us. But what a first half of the swimming events we've seen, Owen.
It has really been a fun meet to watch. So we've had some really good races from all sorts. And again, we saw the longest race that we're going to see, and we also saw the shortest race we're going to see in the 1,000-yard race and the 50-yard race. Boy, aren't those just such crazy differences in distance.
We've seen some pretty young names too as well. How about Kobe Sweat?
He has been a great swimmer as well. He's also going to be part of the dive-in portion of this too. He can do both swimming and diving.
And we will have diving for you when we come back on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Don't go anywhere.
is a 104C, a forward dive with 2 somersaults in the tuck position.
Welcome you back on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Owen Snow giving you all the diving commentary here. We're going to have Riley Mahoney diving first with a 104C forward 2 somersault tuck. See how she does. Good dive there. Refs give 6, 6.5, 6, 6.5, 5. So now we got Abigail Cormier. Her first dive is going to be a 401B inward dive pike. Pretty decent dive there. We've got 5, 6, 5, 4.5, and 5.5 are your scores by our 5 judges down there. Kobe Sweat, his dive is going to be 403C, inward, 1-1, 2 somersault, tuck. Lands in the water pretty decently. See what the refs have to give for scores. 4, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, and 5 are your scores.
4.5. Oliver's first dive is a 105C, a forward dive with 2.5 somersault in the tuck position.
So Oliver Cox is going to have a 105C forward 2.5 somersault tuck dive. Maine Maritime Academy diver. That was a lot of somersault in there. And our refs are going to give out their scores 7, 6, 7.5, 7, 5.5. The best score so far we've had. So now for Keene State will be Cooper Niles. He'll have a 103C forward 1.5 somersault tuck. So just one less somersault than what Oliver Cox just had. Good dive into the water. 5.5, 4.5, 6.5, 5, 5.5. So now we've got Michael Ordonez, Maine Maritime Academy. He will do a 105C forward 2.5 somersault tuck. A lot of somersault in there. Hits the water on his back. 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 5.5, and 5.5 are the scores. One more person to go in this first round of diving will be Keenan Johnson from Keene State. 103C, forward 1.5 somersault tuck. So we await the dive. Good, decent dive right there. 4.5, 5, 4.5, 5.5, and 5 were the scores given. And that concludes round 1 of diving. And back up to the top of the rotation will be Riley Mahoney for Husson. She will have a 403C inward 1.5 somersault tuck dive. The inward dives are always a little bit more challenging. She's going to get some good scores here. 5, 5.5, 6, 6, and 6.
6, 5, 5.5.
Abigail Cormier, her second time around, the MMA native, will have a 201B back dive pike. Not a bad dive there whatsoever. 4, 5, 5.5, 4.5, and 5.5 are your scores. Have yet to see a rating above 8 just yet, given by the judges. They're very strict judges. So now Kobe Sweat will do a 104C forward 2 somersault tuck. See what the judges intend to give for scores. Gonna be some lower scores here. 3, 3, 3.5, 4, and 4.
3.5, 4, 3, 4. Oliver's second dive is a 4.
Oliver Cox, Maine Maritime, will have a 404C inward 2 somersault tuck. Good dive there. We're going to get some positive scores here. 6, 6, 6, 6.5, and 6.5. Almost all the judges are on the same wavelength there for that dive. So now Cooper Niles will have a 104C forward 2 somersault and tuck. Lands on his back. Oh, kind of splashed the judges over there, right on the line. 3, 3, 2, 2.5, and 4. Scores for that dive. Michael Ordonez will do a 5-1-3-2D, forward 1.5 somersault, 1 twist free. Most complicated dive we've had yet. Very wild dive. The twist ones are always fun to watch. 3.5, 4.5, and then 3/4 to round it out.
3.5, 4. Keenan's second dive.
Last person up in round 2, Keenan Johnson. 302C, reverse 1 somersault tuck. This will be an interesting score by the refs. 4, 3.5, 3.5, 4, and 4. All of them relatively on the same page. Back up to the rotation for round 3. Riley Mahoney will dive a 203C, back 1.5 somersault, tuck. Great dive there by Mahoney. This should be a good score. 6, 6, 6, 6.5, and 5. will be your scores for that dive.
6-6. Third
Abigail
dive
Cormier,
is a 2C. Reverse
dive at 302C, reverse 1 somersault, and tuck.
1.6.
Very quiet here at the Weber pool as Cormier gets ready to dive. Decently drawn out dive right there. You've got 4 judges voting 4.5 and then 1 voting 5.
4.5. 4.5. Kobe's third dive is a 51.32.
Kobe Sweat up for the 3rd time today.
1.5 somersault.
5-1-3-2D. Forward 1.5 somersault. 1 twist. Free. Lands almost on his stomach. You shouldn't see what these judges give for scores.
Oliver's third dive is a 51.34D. A forward dive with 1.5 somersaults.
So,
2 twists.
he's going to skip right over that and get to Oliver Cox's dive. 5-1-3-4D. Forward 1.5 somersault. 2 twists, free. Beautiful dive there. But all the refs are going to do 2.5, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, and 1.5.
2.5, 3.5.
So not the most positive scores by the judges, which is okay. It's just their opinion at the end of the day. Michael Ordonez. Or, excuse me, Cooper Niles. 302C, reverse, 1 somersault. Tuck. Lands straight into the water, touches it, touches the bottom of the water. 2.5, 4, 4, 5, and 3 are your scores. Michael Ordonez, round 3, 303C, reverse 1.5 somersault, and tuck. Sleek right into the water. A lot of cheering. 6, 7, 5.5, 6, and 5. Last player in round 3, Keenan Johnson. 201A, back dive straight.
Back dive in the straight position. Degree of difficulty 1.7.
We'll have to see how he can do on this dive. Pretty decent dive by Johnson. 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 5, and 5 to round out this 3rd round. Mahoney back up for round 4. 303C, reverse 1.5 somersault, and tuck is the dive.
With 1.5 somersaults in the tuck position. Degree of difficulty 2.1.
Not bad there whatsoever. 4.5, 5, 6, 5, and 4.5. Scores start out round 4 for Mahoney. Cormier back up for a fourth time. Will be a 101B forward dive pike. The lower difficulty dives on this list at a 1.3 difficulty. Smooth dive into the water. 4.5, 4, 4.5, 4.5, and 4 are your scores for that dive. So now, Kobe Sweat will have a 203B back 1.5 somersault pike.
A back dive with 1.5 somersaults in the pike position, degree of difficulty 2.3.
Right on his back, he landed into the water. A lot of cheering at the Weber pool. 3, 2, 2.5, 2, and 1.5 were the scores.
2, 1.5, 3. Oliver's fourth dive.
Oliver Cox back up for MMA.
Dive with 1.5 somersault.
It will be a 203B back 1.5 somersault pike. Nice dive there by Oliver Cox.
Judges award
7, 7.5, 6, 6.5, 6.5.
7.
So positive scores on that dive.
3C, an inward dive with 1.5
Cooper Niles, round 4, will be a 403C inward 1.5 somersault tuck. Splashes right into the pool. Scores from our judges: 3.5, 3, 4, 1.5, and 4.5.
3, 3.5, 4.5, 4. Michael's fourth dive.
Michael Ordonez in round 4 will dive a 403C, inward 1.5 somersault and tuck. There's communication down there at the pool. Here's a dive by Ordonez. Taking his time. Silky smooth dive right to the bottom of the pool. 5.5, 6, 4.5, 5.5, and 4.5.
5.5. Keenan's fourth dive is 401C.
Keenan Johnson to round out round 4. 401C, inward dive, tuck. Good dive by Johnson. And for round 4 conclusion, 5, 4.5, 6, 5, and 5.5.
5.5, 5.
Riley Mahoney back up for her 5th time.
Riley's 5th.
5, 2, 3, 1D. Back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist free.
1.5 twist in the free position, degree of difficulty 2.1.
Very good dive by Mahoney. We're going to definitely see some positive scores. 6, 7, 6.5, 7.5, and 6.5. Great dive by Mahoney.
7.
Crowd going wild for our PA announcer down there saying 6-7. Just turned into a meme at this point. It was actually named Dictionary.com's Word of the Year, even though it's only a number, not a word. Anyways, Abigail Cormier's round 5 dive will be a 102B forward 1 somersault pike. Straight line dive into the water. 4.5, 5, 5, 4.5, and 5 were those scores in that dive by Cormier. Kobe Sweat will dive a 103B. Forward 1.5 somersault, pike position.
Degree of difficulty 1.7.
That one kind of hurt, landing on his stomach. Crowd cheering him on.
Oliver's 5th dive is a 304C, a reverse dive.
Oliver Cox for MMA 304C. Reverse 2 somersault, tuck position. So 2 somersaults here. Not the easiest thing to do.
Oliver's 5th dive is a 304C, a reverse dive with 2 somersaults in the tuck position, degree of difficulty 2.3.
PA announcer just reiterating the dive. Beautiful dive. Perfect form almost. We've got 6, 6, 7.5, 6, and 7.
6, 6. Cooper's 5th dive is a 204C, a back dive with 2 somersaults in the tuck position.
So for Cooper Niles for Keene State, 204C, back 2 somersault and tuck. Lands almost straight on his back when he hit the water. From the back judges, we have 3.5, 3.5, 2, 3, and 2. This next dive is going to be one of the hardest, most difficult ones that we'll see. Michael Ordonez will do a 404C, inward 2 somersault tuck position. That one a nice dive by Ordonez. 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 4.5, and 4.5.
4, 5.
Keenan Johnson to round out this fifth round. 5-2-2-1D. Back, one somersault. 1.5 twist or half twist, free position. Good dive there by Keenan Johnson. 4.5, 3.5, 5.55. And now we are going to start this last sixth and final round here. Riley Mahoney will kick things off. She will dive a 103B. Forward 1.5 somersault, pike position.
Degree of difficulty 1.7.
Great dive. Riley Mahoney showing out 7.5, 7, 8, 7.5, and 7.5. That's the first time we've seen the 8 given this evening. And it goes to Riley Mahoney's dive. So now Abigail Cormier, her last dive will be a 5-1-2-1D. Forward, one somersault, half twist free.
Free position, degree of difficulty 1.7.
See what the judges give for a score. 2, 2.5, 3.5, 2, 3.5.
3.5, 2, 2.5. Oliver's sixth dive is a 4.
So we'll go straight to Oliver Cox.
With 2.5 somersaults in the tuck position. Degree of difficulty.
His dive will be a 405C inward 2.5 somersault tuck. The hardest level or the most difficult dive we'll have. And Oliver Cox with a good dive. That will end his night. Zero, 1, 2, 1/2, and 1.
1, 0, and 1.
First time we've seen the 0 score and the half score this evening.
A reverse dive with 1.5 somersaults and a half.
Cooper Now's dive will be 5-3-3-1D. Reverse, 1.5 somersault, half twist, free position. Very quiet here at Weber Pool. I'm trying to stay as quiet as possible. That dive kind of had an awkward landing. 3, 3, 3, 2.5, 1.5 are the scores for that dive. Michael Ordonez will be back up for his final dive. 203B. Back 1.5 somersault, pike position.
Degree of difficulty 2.3.
Kind of a more difficult dive, but Ordonez can definitely keep up with those more difficult dives. Not a bad dive whatsoever by Ordonez. 5.5, 6.5, 7, 6, and 5.
7, 6, 5, 5.5, 6.
Last dive of the night, Keenan Johnson,
Sixth dive is a
402C, inward one somersault, tuck position.
degree of difficulty 1.6.
Decent dive to round out the night. 4.5, 4.5, 3.5, 4.5, and 4.5. And that will conclude 1 meter dive in today, as we will get ready to start back up the swim races. We're going to take a little break, but after that, we will give you women's 100-yard freestyle. So we will go on break. While they set that up, it'll be Phil Robarge and I calling that one. We'll be back in a few minutes here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network.
And welcome back to the Weber Pool as we get set for the second round of the swimming events. I'm Philip Robarge, joined alongside Owen Snow. Owen did a great job covering the diving, and now we return to the swimming with the women's 100-yard freestyle. We've got two heats of this. The first heat, lane 1, Abby Fitzpatrick for Keene State, and Maggie Poulin in lane 3 for Husson, Victoria Welch from Keene State. In lane 4, Julia Brown in lane 6 for the Eagles.
This should be a good race. We just finished up the diving portion. Now we're right back to the races.
And here we go. Correction, there are only 3 lanes being used, as it will be Welch to take an early lead. Her teammate Fitzpatrick closing in, and Maggie Poulin will round out the 3. It's 1-2 for Keene State, as it looks like Fitzpatrick is going out to a lead here, followed closely by Victoria Welch. And it will be 31-10 and 31-28. That's the difference between the two. For Keene State, 33-86. As we come now to the home stretch.
Both lane 1 and lane 4. Watch out for them, Fitzpatrick and Brown. Or, excuse me, Welch. Victoria Welch.
It will look to be Welch, who will hit first, followed by her teammate. And then in third comes Poulin.
Yeah, just a great race by Welch. She really stole the show against her own teammate, Abby Fitzpatrick. She just had a wonderful race.
And now 104.71 was the fastest time, followed by her teammate Fitzpatrick, 106.93 and 111.96 for Maggie Poulin. That rounds off the first heat. The second heat now in lane 1, Rory Lee. In lane 2, Kate Rudder, Olivia Underwood. In lane 3, Tallulah Going. Lane 4, Marin Griffin. Lane 5, and Brooklyn Henderson in lane 6.
This will be another good race. For all these swimmers, Rory Lee winning a race earlier this night, and she could look to go back-to-back.
And it will look to be going to get an early lead here. Will followed very closely by Brooklyn Henderson and her teammate Lee. And it will be going to hit the wall first.
Going, another person that's already won a race here tonight. She could look to add another one under her belt and get those times down.
It is going Lee, followed by Underwood and Henderson. And then remains Marin Griffin and Kate Rudder. But it will be neck and neck for Keene State. And it will be Tallulah Going, followed by her teammate, Rory Lee.
And both Lee and Going, both teammates, were able to get their times under a minute on the 100-yard freestyle. Again, impressive being able to get under a minute in this race.
And in third was Marin Griffin, followed by Brooklyn Henderson, Olivia Underwood, and Kate Rudder. Now, we'll move on to the men's. Heat number 1 of the men's 100-yard freestyle. We've got Thomas Murray in lane 2, Bennett Walker in lane 3, Braden Rogers lane 4, and Fox Fernald. Look for that name in lane 5. Lanes 2 through 5 occupied in this 100-meter event. Yard event, I should say. And it is Fox with an early lead, followed by everyone else.
Fox Fernald already had a strong race. Last time he was up, and showing that again in this 100-yard freestyle.
It's Fernald and Walker. And then Rogers and Murray neck and neck as they were previously. These last two competed. It is very, very close. Fox edging out Walker. And Walker having to fend off both Rogers and Murray.
It's going to be a tight race.
Continues to be Fox in the lead. It's going to have to be a strong push from Walker.
I don't know if he has it.
As it looks like he's gaining on him, but it looks like Fox will have enough to bring it home over Walker, followed by Rogers and then Murray.
Next up is heat number 2. In lane number 1 for Keene State is Alec Augusto. In lane number 2 for Maine Maritime.
Boy, this next race is going to be really, really good. Got some strong swimmers. Braden Champlin, James Cregan, Caden Cox, Jake Perkins, Alec Augusto, Johnson Reese. All 6 swimmers right now have a shot at winning. I'm not even joking, Philip.
I never would doubt you for a second, Owen. As we begin. As Owen said, this should be a good one. A couple of freshmen, a couple of seniors, and a couple of sophomores. And they're off. And here we go. As Owen mentioned, neck and neck everywhere you look. Who hits the wall first? It looks to be Johnson Rees, who will get out to an early lead, following Braden Champlin and Caden Cox. And it will be Ryan Johnson Rees to hit the wall first, followed by Braden Champlin, who is gaining on Reese Johnson.
Such a great race we have right now, Philip. Lanes 2 and 3 are battling it out.
And pulling away now from the rest of the pack are Ryan Johnson Rees and Braden Champlin. They will come to the board. Champlin putting up a big fight, and he will do it.
Wow. Such a close and competitive race.
Well, he lost by just a fingernail in his earlier race, and now he's won it by a hair.
Absolutely. Braden Champlin looking for revenge after not coming in first place on the last swim. And now he shows off and is able to come back.
It was a 5 millisecond difference, 51-39 for Braden Champlin, 51-46 for Ryan Johnson Rees. And now in third was James Cregan. Fourth, Hayden Cox. Fifth was Jake Perkins. And sixth was Alec Augusto. Very, very close, that one. You were right on the money with that one, Owen. Now, enter in the women's 200-yard backstroke. And Angela Enright, Emily Metzger, Mac Gray, Rebecca Randonovich, Natalie Caddy, and Isabella Cost are your 6. And it will be off of the turn. It will be Randonovich to get an early lead. Metzger following close in behind, as is Husson's Mac Gray and Natalie Cady.
The 200-yard race, you can stay fast, but it's also important to keep a decently strong pace. You don't want to burn all your energy in the first 2 laps.
Randonovich, Metzger, Caddy, Gray. Those are the pack. As pulling away is Randonovich, followed by Metzger, followed by Caddy, followed by Gray, and then Cost and Enright. And it's Randonovich to make the turn again, pulling away from Metzger.
It's just those two right now, I feel like, are neck and neck. Everyone else still has a long hill to climb.
And it's Gray losing ground to Caddy. As It continues to just be Randanovich's race to lose.
Yeah, they're coming into a close battle. Lanes 2 and 4.
Cost hits the wall on your far side, followed soon by Enright.
One more down and back.
This is it. Make or break time. And it looks to be made right now for Randonovich. See if Metzger can turn this around here in this final corner. It looks to be Randonovich looking to bring it home.
She definitely
Keene
will,
State.
Phillip.
And she does. 2:33.49, followed by Metzger, 2:35.95, followed by Caddy, who will hit the wall at a 2:43.98, and then Gray, 2:49.35. Isabella Cost hitting the wall in lane 6. Again, we'll have to wait for that time. 3:05.10. And then Enright, we will await her time. 3:14.55.
So yeah, another close race. Metzger almost made the comeback on Rebecca Radonovich, but Radonovich was able to give it her all and survive. Holding on to that lead, very important.
And now heat number 2, we'll have Emily Stokel in lane 1 for Keene State. And then we will have Emily Kennard for Husson, the freshman. And then London Armitage, she's already won an event today in lane 4. And then Mia Winslow for the Eagles in lane 6. All Husson and Keene State. They're off. And it is Kennard coming out to an early lead here. Followed by Armitage and Winslow. Stokel close in there too.
Looks like over there on the far side of your screen, lane 1, which is Stokel, making a comeback almost.
She definitely had a great 25 there, as Emily Kennard coming out and grabbing an early lead here, followed by Armitage. And as Owen mentioned, Stokel and then Winslow. It's Kennard to hit the wall first again, then Armitage. Stokel almost ahead of her teammate there. And then Winslow. Stokel looking to make a run on Armitage. Meanwhile, it's Kennard who is taking the lead.
Absolutely,
Continuing.
Kennard. It's really, right now it's looking like it's her race to lose.
Continuing to dominate. As
Absolutely.
Winslow hits the wall.
Yeah, Kennard just now has the upper hand. It's almost going to be impossible to catch up to her at this point in the race.
And Kennard now just very much ahead of Armitage and Stokel, who are still close in their own right. Stokel fighting hard to keep up with Armitage. And then it's Winslow. And Emily Kennard just almost half a pool length ahead this now. Winslow being pushed on by head coach of the Eagles.
This is going to be Kennard's win, and she definitely deserves it. She had a great race.
Emily Kennard will hit the wall for the final time, 2:18.43, and now it will be Armitage over Stokel. Armitage with a 2:26.98. Stokel 2:29.25. And Isabella Cost 2:35.46.
Yeah, Emily Kennard, just a wonderful race by her. Just did so much and played very dominant.
Our next race is event number 20, the men's.
Now the 20th event in our
In heat number 1,
race here. We have
we have
31 for you.
Josh.
And we have what hopes to be a really tight race. It's just Josh Spillane.
Now this race is just mainly to get good times down. 200-yard backstroke. Times are so important. Like I said, I haven't said that since the start of the broadcast, but the times are very important if you want to qualify for the ECAC.
He'll be looking to do that in lane 4 all by himself. And it is certainly a tougher task when you don't have other people pushing you as he sets off here. Sometimes going it alone, it can be harder to push yourself when you don't have others around you trying to push.
But it could also take less stress off of you at the same time. Just knowing that there's nobody else around you, you can play without the thought of stress with other people around you, and that may actually help you in a sense for this race.
We heard moments ago the crowd here at Weber Pool cheering him on. A lot of Eagles supporters here, but far from a partisan crowd.
Come on, cheer him on. No one here can drop over here.
And he will hit the wall at 103, making good time so far. Coming up next, we will have a full heat. But first, it will be Josh Spillane hitting the wall at a 1:24.97. Again, the crowd cheering him on as he continues.
Yeah, he's racing very well, being all by himself. He's maintained a good pace. He has good form. And I bet not having to stress about other players is definitely helping him in this race.
In the wall there, 147.
He is just moving out there on the backstroke.
And now 2:09.98. Continuing to push himself.
See if he can push the pace on his last down and back.
Closing in on his last 25. He hits the wall. Now for a final time, Josh Spillane again continuing to just push and push in these final moments. See what his final time will be. And
Next up is heat number 2.
well, we had it momentarily, but it went away, unfortunately.
Still a good race for the lone Spillane. But now a full group of people. Philip, this is going to be a good race for sure.
Ethan McGinn and Lewis Gillenbark. See ya. Ryan Emerson in lane 3 for the Eagles, the senior. Evan Keefe, the junior from Keene State. Dominic Millet in lane 5 and Jacob Brown for the Eagles in lane 6. We had 1, now we have 6. And they're off. Getting a good jump right away was Ryan Emerson, who comes out of the water in taking the lead here. Followed very closely by Millet. Millet and Husson neck and neck in previous meets. Neck and neck in the standings and soon to be neck and neck here, but Ryan Emerson making sure that will not be the case as he will turn the corner, hitting the wall. 28-22 is his time. 30-78 was the time of Millet. That's how far back he is from Ryan Emerson, who's having a great swim so far.
Absolutely. He is looking dominant throughout, and it's really no sign of him slowing down, I feel like.
Millet, Barcia, Keefe, McGinn, and Brown. As Ryan Emerson just continuing to extend his lead here over Dominic Millet.
It's definitely looking like a very interesting race. We might see a comeback in this one. We'll have to wait and see.
It will take quite an effort from the man in lane 5, Dominic Millet. Ryan Emerson just in control. Ever since the jump, he has had the lead and he has never looked like slowing down. Meanwhile, we have the 2 Keene State. Right now it is Evan Keefe over Ethan Nguyen.
Emerson just basically swimming all alone, it feels like. That's how much of a lead he has.
He will hit the wall for a final time of 2:07.33. And then hitting the wall in second, Dominic Millet, 2:11.61. And now a race between Barcia and Keefe. Barcia hitting the wall at 2:24.55. Ethan again hitting at 2:25.82. And then Evan Keefe hitting the wall at 2:28.24. And then Jacob Brown, 2:39.9 as we move to event 21. Owen.
Yes, event 21. It's looking to be a good one at the 200-yard breaststroke for women's. We've got a full slate of 6 players here. There's only going to be 1 heat, though. But a bunch of great swimmers that we've seen win already. One player to highlight, Husson University's Logan Williams, the junior, already won a race. See if she can win another one. She's in lane 3.
It is Eliza Barrett in lane 1. Hannah Hills, who gave a great run to Logan Williams in their previous race in lane 2. Logan Williams in lane 3, as Owen mentioned, somebody to definitely watch out for. Maddie Fitzgerald, she's someone to watch out for too. Those look to be the 3 that will really get out in front. Kate Griffin in 5th, and Isabella Enos in lane 6. Out to an early lead so far. It'll go Fitzgerald and Hills. They are the 2. Logan Williams having to push Griffin in lane 5. Williams out of the water first. And it is so far Fitzgerald and Hills and Barrett joining the fray. Followed closely by Griffin and then Enos.
This is honestly a very tight race. Nobody's really pulled away that much just yet. But watch out in lane 4. It's Maddie Fitzgerald. She has the lead right now.
And Maddie Fitzgerald, Hannah Hills, and Eliza Barrett seem to be the 3 that will be pulling away as Enos and Williams losing ground, it seems. It's Fitzgerald taking the lead over Hills, who has the lead over Barrett. Griffin trying to push past Barrett and get into those top two. Williams and Enos not too far behind them. It's Fitzgerald getting out to more and more of a lead as she continues. Teammates cheering her on.
This may just be her race to lose, Phillip.
We've said that a lot in this broadcast, but it's true. It could be exactly that, her race to lose. Doesn't look like Hills is going to be able to catch her. Hills having to turn it on now. And then it's Barrett, and then Williams, Griffin, and Enos. It's Fitzgerald to hit first, followed by Hills, and then Barrett. Barrett neck and neck with Williams, who's also neck and neck with Griffin.
Just a tight race all around. Hills is trying to get more of a comeback in this one as they hit the final turn.
And Fitzgerald will take her lead, as you mentioned, Owen. Hills really fighting, trying to scratch and claw her way back into this one. But it looks to be Fitzgerald. Really got out in front. And it will be Fitzgerald at a 2:51.20. Hit the wall first, followed by Hannah Hills. Followed by Logan Williams, who made a very strong comeback. And then Eliza Barrett. And then Kate Griffin and Isabella Enos.
Yeah, just a great race that we just saw. The 200-yard breaststroke. Maddie Fitzgerald, she put on a great performance. Hannah Hills, shout out to her trying to come back, the freshman, but Fitzgerald's able to hold her off. And that will conclude event 21.
And we move to event 22 as we move to the men's now. The men's 200-yard breaststroke. This one sure to be a good one. We saw a close one with a similar group. Lots of returning players. As we will see Zach Metz in lane 1 for Keene State. Jack Davis for MMA in lane 2. Brady Hand in lane 3 for the Eagles. Carter Mochez for Keene State in lane 4. Tim Rita in lane 5. And Felix Marcosan in lane 6. And it will be Brady Hand coming out to an early lead, being pushed by Metz. And it is still Brady Hand with a slight lead over Zach Metz. Hard to call between the two of those today. As well, Carter Bochez trying to take Hand.
It's really a race between lane 3 and lane 5 right now.
As Zach Metz has fallen off the pace that last 25, and it is now a race between Hand and Bochez. Bochez having the lead now, as Brady Hand is trying to fight his way back into it. He's being chased by Tim Rita from Keene State, who's not far behind him. Felix Marcosan just hit the wall to the left of your screen. It is Bochez, Hand, and Rita. And Bochez still leading Hand, pulling away. And the three of them hit the wall there. Again, Rita and Hand almost stride for stride here.
It's been such a tight race. This is going to come down to the wire. Looks like person in lane 5.
And Bochez continuing his lead overhand, and that will stay. 2:21.99 will be his final time, as Brady Hand will come home with a 2:24.34, followed very closely by Tim Rita with a 2:26.59. And then Zach Metz with a 2:28.35. Lane 6 was Felix Marcosan with a 2:43.40.
Now we're getting into one of the longer races. Not the longest race like the 1,000 yard, but divide that in half and you get a 500-yard race.
As the lap counters have come back out now for, as Owen mentioned, one of the second longest event that we will have for you today, the women's 500-yard freestyle. As we will have a full 6 lanes here, as it will be Hannah Reddick from Keene State in lane 1, and Riel Brewer in lane 2, Sarah Harriman in lane 3 for the Eagles, and for Keene State it's Rory Lee, who is in lane 4, Avery Frega for MMA in lane 5, and Gabby Hoffman in lane 6 for the Eagles. Those are your 6, as we will see 20 laps.
It's going to be a very, very long race. Not as long as the 1,000 yard, like I've said, but these women will have to pace themselves very well.
There they go. As Owen mentioned, pace is key in this long distance race. And setting the pace is Rory Lee. She will make her turn in first, followed closely by Harriman, Brewer, and Reddick. That is the pack. It'll be an interesting case to see just that pace that Rory Lee has set, if that will continue to be the pace or if she will fall off.
Like I said when we had the 1,000 yard race, just because you're in the lead now does not mean you're going to have the lead at the end of the race. You may be fast at the start, but if you can't have the endurance to keep up, you're not going to win this race.
And with some of these women already swimming multiple events, it can be very, very taxing, but still, Rory Lee continues to set the pace as we move to a quarter of the way. Rory Lee, Sarah Harriman, and coming to the wall now is Hannah Reddick, followed by Brewer. And then in lanes 5 and 6, Avery Frega and Gabby Hoffman.
Rory Lee just out to the strong start so far. Sarah Harriman trying to keep up her pace. It's honestly just those two right now.
It is continuing to separate themselves from the pack. Lee and Harriman. We've seen this movie before. As coming to the wall now is Brewer and Frega. And then Hoffman as well, trying to keep pace with Frega.
And it's those two once again. They're doing a great job at maintaining the pace. Lanes 3 and 4.
Continue to watch those lanes for the majority of this race, as it will be, as it has been, it will continue to be a battle between Rory Lee and Sarah Harriman. Although Lee pushing herself to get more and more of a lead. Currently has 2 body lengths over Harriman. More than halfway gone here.
About 3 minutes into the race. It'll be interesting to see what these ending times will be. We might see one under 7 minutes. We'll have to wait and see.
Again, that battle down in lane 5 and 6 between Frege and Hoffman. Those two duking it out, as well as Lee and Harriman. Brewer trying to make up some ground on Harriman, as well as Reddick. Reddick trying to keep pace with Harriman. Lee takes her turn. So does Harriman.
Still just those two right now against everybody else. Harriman and Lee. Two of the strongest swimmers we have on the women's side tonight. And they are really showcasing that in this 500-yard freestyle.
Frege now pushing ahead more and more of Hoffman, who's down in lane 6. As Reddick continues to maintain her lead over Brewer. And Lee maintaining her lead over Harriman.
Lee, yeah, just still having the edge over Harriman. But it's not like she's pulled away completely, Phillip.
No, she hasn't, and Harriman just continuing to fight in there, trying to, again, just get her way back.
We're approaching the final lap, Phillip.
And this is it. Do or die time for Sarah Harriman. She's got to give it everything she has left to try and catch Rory Lee. And now, entering into the final turn is Rory Lee, who will look to have the advantage over Harriman. Now making the turn is Reddick. Over in lane 1, it is, as you started, Rory Lee with a 5:46.09, Sarah Harriman with a 5:48.40, and Hannah Reddick with a 5:57.23. Those are the three.
I was thinking the fast time would be somewhere around the 6-minute mark. Those three ladies got it under 6 minutes. Lane 1, Hannah Reddick. Lane 3, Sarah Harriman. And lane 4, Rory Lee. Impressive times, Phillip.
And Rael Brewer, followed by her teammate Avery Frege. And then finally, Gabby Hoffman will end the event as we will move on to the men. And this, again, we will have all 6 lanes taken as the men's 500-yard freestyle will get underway with Evan Keefe in lane 1, B.R. Boyer in lane 2, Alexander Walsh in lane 3, Alex Augusto in lane 4, Nate Gibbons in lane 5, and Andrew Prince in lane 6.
There's one thing I've known about the few swim meets I've been to and broadcasted. Never count out the person in lane 3, Alexander Walsh. One of the strongest swimmers we have here tonight.
He has certainly shown himself to be a strong swimmer, and he will need to be, as he will automatically get out to an early lead. As it is Alexander Walsh followed by B.R. Boyer. He'll hit the wall almost at the same time. And then Nate Gibbons in lane 5, trying to push Alexander Walsh as well. Don't forget about Evan Keefe in lane 1. Very tight so far as Keefe hits the wall. And then Prince. Alec Augusto trying to get himself into the two, Alexander Walsh and Boyer, who are separating themselves from the rest of the field.
Walsh with the lead. I wonder if he's going to be able to maintain it. Boyer just swimming very strong, though, right now. Those two almost hit the wall at the same time.
And again, we'll have to see Walsh pushing himself, pushing the pace. We'll have to see if Boyer can maintain that pace.
Absolutely, Phillip.
As we're a quarter of the way through, Boyer trying to recover here and relax with a few laps before pushing Walsh. Inevitably, he'll need to. And then again, on your screen now, in lane 5, Nate Gibbons, followed by Alec Augusto, followed by Evan Keefe. And then lane 6, Andrew Prince hits the wall. Alexander Walsh continuing to further that gap that he has on Boyer. See what his time is. He comes to the wall here. 1:59.38. Boyer's time of 2:02.72. And then it's Gibbons, Augusto, and Keefe.
We're almost hitting the halfway point, Phillip. So it's getting to the point where you might not want to pick up the pace 100%, but start to try to strengthen your swimming powers. And if you have the lead, try to keep that lead as people will start to really push themselves even more.
Walsh being pushed by his coach here, as he will see lap 11. And Boyer, who is falling a lot behind here, hits the wall. And then it's Gibbons and Augusto. They have been neck and neck this entire race, and they continue to be. Followed by Keefe, and then Prince. And Alexander Walsh, having an incredible last 50, is now pushing himself to even more of a lead, still being pushed on by his coach. He's got a lot left in the tank.
Walsh, man, he is such an incredible swimmer. A senior for this Husson University squad. He's going to be a big miss to the team once he graduates. But he's putting together a strong senior campaign.
He's got 5 laps left in this one. Has he built a big enough lead? That will remain the question as Boyer hits the wall. Meanwhile, still going at it are Gibbons and Augusto. And now following more behind is Keefe. He will hit the wall for the 15th time. Alexander Walsh on lap 17. His coach thought he had more in the tank. He's certainly proving he's got a lot more in the tank. That lead is getting bigger and bigger. It's almost an entire pool length.
Absolutely. Alexander Walsh, he's heading to his final lap.
And here he goes.
He doesn't even have to go 110%, and he might still win this race.
Well, he's certainly looking at staring down another victory for himself here as Boyer is just falling away more and more. It will be Alexander Walsh bringing it home for the Eagles, bringing it home in style.
And
never giving up since that first lap, his final time. 5:13.34.
Ooh, that is fast. That is fast for a 500-yard race.
Might want to check the record book on that one. as Boyer comes in at a 5:23.08. They were once neck and neck, and it will be Alec Augusto over Gibbons. The two of them, Gibbons had the lead for quite some time before relinquishing it to Augusto. He'll come in third with a 5:30.09. Gibbons 5:30.45, and then it will be Keefe to hit the wall in lane 1 at a 5:48.53. Now we await Andrew Prince coming home. His final time, a 6:08.40.
Yeah, just a great, long, and hard-fought race. Alexander Walsh just doing an incredible job. And now we're going to get a much shorter race, Philip, 100 yards.
That's right. From one extreme to the other, we go to the 100-yard, as Owen mentioned, in women's. This is heat number 1 of the women's 100-yard butterfly. It's going to be Claire McDonald in lane 2, a junior for MMA. Mariah Muskovich in lane 3 for the Eagles, the sophomore. And then Victoria Welch, the junior, for Keene State. Lanes 2, 3, and 4 occupied for this one.
This will be a fun race to watch.
And they're off.
Much shorter race, but still, it'll be exciting all the way until the end.
And it is McDonald with an early lead over Muskovich. Welch not too far back. We're looking at almost a neck and neck here. McDonald just exploding away with a great 25, getting just a body length lead ahead of Muskovich in second. And then Welch just about to hit the wall on the left side of your screen.
McDonald just putting together a strong race. She's going to head into her final turn, and it's looking like her race to lose.
Exactly, and it is McDonald making the turn and having to push herself for just one more time here as Muskovich looks to be down and out. And that final time, 1:05 even for Claire McDonald, taking it over Muskovich, who comes in at a 1:14.60. Just a great swim from the both of them there. And then finishing off for Keene State, Victoria Welch coming in with a 1:27.97.
Yeah, a wonderful race by the Maine Maritime native, Claire McDonald. It was her race to lose throughout. She put together a phenomenal race. So now heading into Heat 2 of Event 25, we're going to have another good race here.
As we will see Rebecca Randonovich returning to the pool, as well as Abby Donato, who was won her earlier event. Olivia Bolris, she's also won an event today, and Brooklyn Henderson. Lanes 1, 3, 4, and 6. And there they go. Nothing to separate the two in lane 3 and 4. Donato and Bolris just taking each other. Looks to be Donato with an early lead, although Randonovich not too far behind her, and don't forget about Henderson there. Very tight so far as Abby Donato takes an early lead.
Absolutely, but she has not pulled away yet. In fact, she might get the lead taken away from her.
And continuing to fight with her all the way has been Olivia Bolris. She seems to be taking maybe a little bit more of the lead, and she hits the wall first from Donato, and then it's Randonovich, and then Henderson. It's Bolris gaining the lead over Donato. And now Randonovich looking to take Donato it will be Bolris, Donato, and then Randonovich. 108.14 is the final time for Olivia Bolris and Abby Donato with a 108.14. Or, excuse me, Bolris with a 108.14, Donato with a 109.91, and then Randonovich with a 110.55. Brooklyn Henderson came in with a 112.94. That was close all the way, Owen.
Absolutely. Olivia Bolris was able to take the lead on Abby Donato, and that final turn is where she gained that separation.
Now another single in this heat will be McKaden Morris, the freshman, looking to put a very good time in here in a pool all by himself.
Absolutely. Less stress off your hands. So let's see what Morris can do on the 100-yard butterfly.
Looking to be in a category by himself. As he comes with a 35.42, hitting the wall there.
He is just moving right now. He is in. He is so dialed in.
Now, he will return to the butterfly. And now, he will enter changing up a little bit there from the butterfly. And now coming home in a 1:17.59. And cheers all around the Weber for that.
Absolutely, Philip. Like you just said, cheers all around the lone swimmer, Morris, the freshman, had a strong race.
And this will be the second heat. We'll have a full pool for you, as this will be the final, looks to be the final swimming heat before we return to diving. As we'll have Josh Spillane, freshman, Keene State. And in lane 1, Matthew Levesque for MMA in lane 2. Sam Pizer for Husson, the senior, in lane 3. And the return of Carter Bochez in lane 4. He will be up against Connor Hedstrom as they renew rivalries. He will be in lane 5, and Lucas Fendel in lane 6. Here they go.
Another quick race, the butterfly. It'll be interesting to see how this race turns out. We've got some strong male swimmers.
Looks to be Hedstrom from Pizer. The two of them battling for it as Hedstrom getting quite the lead. Although he is being pushed by Pizer. And from there it's Levesque, Bouchez, and Fendel. And it looks to be Bouchez now really pulling away.
This is a crazy race.
That's Hedstrom pulling away. Connor Hedstrom will take in under a minute. 53.40. Sam Pizer comes in second at 57.99. Third is Lucas Fendel in a minute 57. And then fourth will be Matthew Levesque in lane 2. He comes in at a 1:01.27. And fifth is Carter Bouchez, who had a little bit of a run there to start at a 1:01.36. And then lane 1 coming in sixth is Josh Spillane, 1:20.16.
Just a great race by Connor Hedstrom, the freshman, Maine Maritime Academy native, just showing off in that race. So dominant, and being with MMA for 4 years. It's going to be really good for him in his development.
Certainly put on a strong showing here. And now when we return, we will see more diving. Owen will bring us that as we will take a quick break, but when we come back, we will be diving. See you in a bit.
We welcome you back here on the Husson Eagles Sports Network. So we're getting ready to enter the second and final dive-in event of the night. Owen Snow here giving you all the live play-by-play. We're going to start off with Riley Mahoney's dive. It's going to be a 401B inward dive pike. 1.5 difficulty. Good dive there by Mahoney. Judges will give her some positive scores. 6, 6, 7, 6.5, 7. So Abigail Cormier will be up for MMA. She will dive a 202A, back one somersault, straight position, about a 1.7 difficulty. Good dive there by Cormier. Judges will give her a 4.5, 5, 4.5, 5, and 5.5, and 4.5. Now up will be Michael Ordonez, Maine Maritime Academy native. His dive will be a 103B, forward 1.5 somersault, pike position with a 1.7 difficulty. Not a bad dive there by Ordonez. 6, 5.5, 4.5, 5.5, and 6 are your scores from the judges. On the back half of this lineup will be Keene State's Cooper Niles. He'll dive a 101A, forward dive, straight position, about a 1.4 difficulty. Simple but good dive by Niles. 6.5, 6, 7.5, 5.5, 5.5.
Oliver's first dive.
And the last diver in this round one, Oliver Cox, Maine Maritime Academy student, 103B. Forward, 1.5 somersault, pike position with about a 1.7 difficulty. Nice somersault and good dive into the water. 7.5, 8.5, 6.5, 7, and 7. 8.5, our highest score yet we've seen from all the dives so far. Riley Mahoney back up at the top of the order for Husson University. She's going to dive a 5-1-2-2D. Forward, 1 somersault, 1 twist, free position. Just under a 2 difficulty at 1.9. Good dive by Mahoney, kind of an awkward landing. 5.5, 4, 5, 5, and 5.5. Pretty decent scores for Mahoney. Abigail Cormier up for round 2. 5-2-2-1D. Back 1 somersault, half twist, free position, a 1.7 difficulty. Nice dive into the water by Cormier. 5, 5, 6, 4.5, and 5.
6, 4.5, 5.
Michael Ordonez's second dive will be 5-1-2-2-D. Forward 1 somersault, 1 twist, free position, about a 1.9 degree difficulty. He seems very locked in right now. getting ready to have his second dive of this event. As Ordonez dives into the water. See what their judges give for scores. 6, 5.5, 7, 4.5, and 4.5. To end this second round will be, or excuse me, we're not ending the second round just yet. We're going to have Cooper Niles from Keene State dive with a 301C reverse dive tuck, 1.6 degree difficulty. Nice dive by Niles. 5, 6, 6, 5, and 5. Now to close out round 2 will be Oliver Cox with a 201C back dive tuck at a 1.5 degree difficulty. Nice smooth dive into the water from Oliver Cox. 8, 8.5, 7.5, 7, 8. Definitely the most positively reviewed score of the night. Nice dive by Oliver Cox. So now we're heading into round 3. Riley Mahoney, 302B, reverse one somersault pike, 1.7 degree difficulty. A good dive once again from Mahoney. 6.5, 5, 5, 4.5, 4.5.
6, 5, 5, 4.5, 4.5. Abigail's third
Abigail Cormier with her third dive will be a 402C. Inward one somersault, tuck position, and with about a 1.6 degree difficulty. The dive by Cormier. Let's see what the judges give. 2, 2, 1.5, 1.5, and 2. So not the most positively reviewed score from Cormier tonight. Michael Ordonez, 302C. Reverse one somersault. Tuck, 1.6 degree difficulty. Doesn't land completely straight on the dive, but we'll see what the judges say. 3.5, 3, 4.5, 3, and 4.
4.5, 3, 4.
So Cooper Niles up for round 3, 401C. Inward dive tuck, 1.4 degree difficulty. So not a very difficult dive at all, according to the system. Nice inward dive, or nice back dive, inward dive by Niles. 5.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, and 6 are the scores given by the judges. Oliver Cox, 301B. Reverse dive pike, 1.7 degree difficulty. He jumped high in the air on that dive. See if that will determine the score at all. 5.5, or 5, 4, 5.5, 4.5, and 5.5.
4.5, 5.5. Beginning our fourth round of diving.
The fourth round of diving, Riley and Mahoney will look to dive a 201C. Back dive, tuck position, 1.5 degree difficulty. A good dive there, once again, from Mahoney. He's been a very strong diver tonight. 5, 6.5, 5, 5, 6.
5, 6.
Abigail Cormier, her fourth dive will be a 301B. Reverse dive pike, 1.7 degree difficulty.
First dive in the pike position, degree difficulty 1.7.
A good dive by Cormier. 5.5. 5, 6, 5, 5.
6, 5, 5.
So now up in round 4 is Michael Ordonez, 401B. Inward dive pike, 1.5 degree difficulty. Good dive by Ordonez. We'll give him scores of 6.5, 5.5, 6.5, 6, and 5.
6, 5. Cooper's fourth dive.
Cooper Niles, round 4, 201C. Back dive, tuck position, 1.5 degree difficulty for the Keene State native. Not a bad dive from Niles. 5.5, 6, 5, 6, and 5 to round out that score. To end off round 4, Oliver Cox, 5-1-2-2D. Forward 1 somersault, 1 twist, free position, 1.9 degree difficulty. Got a lot of hang time on that dive. Will that play any role in the score? 5.5, 3, 4.5, 4.5, and 5.
4.5, 5. Beginning our final round of diving.
The last round of diving, Riley Mahoney will dive a 101B, forward dive pike, 1.3 degree difficulty. A good dive to end off Mahoney's night. 5.5, 6.5, 6, 5.5, and 6.5. So good scores all around for Mahoney. Abigail Cormier's last dive of the night. 103B, forward 1.5 somersault pike, 1.7 degree difficulty. Nice dive by Cormier went smoothly in the water. 5.5, 5.5, 5, 4.5, and 4.5 are your scores. So Michael Ordonez back up for his final dive. 202B, back one somersault, pike position, 1.6 degree difficulty. A decent dive to end Ordonez's night. Scores are 4.5, 3.5, 3.5, 5, and 5.5. Cooper Niles on his last dive will have a 5.231D. Back 1.5 somersault, half twist, free position, and we have hit the 2.1 degree difficulty here. The next dive will be even harder. Tune in for that. But here's Cooper Niles. That was the last dive by Cooper Niles. 4, 4.5, 4, 4, and 5. So the hardest dive we've got at a 2.2 degree difficulty, Oliver Cox will do a 403C, inward 1.5 somersault tuck position to end off the night of diving. And that will conclude diving. We'll get final scores from the judges: 4.5, 5, 4.5, 5.5, and 5.5. So thank you all for tuning into the diving portion. We will come back and give you the last couple events. You will see the women 200-yard internal medley, the men's 200-yard internal medley, and then we will see the women's 400-yard freestyle relay, and the last event will be the men's 400-yard freestyle relay. We'll be back in a few minutes so they can set up the pool, and it will be me and Philip Robarge giving you all the live play-by-play and analysis.
And welcome back to Weber Pool. Thank you very much for continuing. Those of you who've continued to join us, we are cruising our way through. This is reaching the final couple of events here. And we will start with the women's 200 IM individual medley. We have in lane 1, Madison. Excuse me, we only have 2 lanes, as it is in lane number 3 for the Eagles, Gracie Schilter and Emily Stokel for Keene.
Yeah, so two swimmers in this 200-yard internal medley. So it'll be interesting to see how they each play it out.
So they have to go down and back 4 times, 8 times in total.
That is true.
Thanks, Owen.
Good math, Philip. Good math.
Thanks, Owen.
It is getting late here.
It is. It
We're
really is.
approaching 10 o'clock on the East Coast. 10 o'clock at night on the East Coast. So, and we've been here for about 5 hours now. I broadcasted football earlier this afternoon, so I've been running for about 11 hours straight, from football to swimming. So it's been a long day for me.
It has certainly been a long day for all of the broadcasters here. All do great work.
We'll say our football team did beat MMA 48-7, so big win at home.
Big win at home for them, a much needed win as well. And now just pulling away is Emily Stokel. Keene State having just all the momentum.
And Stokel, a very talented freshman for the Keene State swimming team. She'll be definitely a part of this culture and this program for the rest of her collegiate career. She'll be here another 3 years, so Keene State will be nice to have her on the roster.
And making her way now, Gracie Schilter for the Eagles. Trying to just keep herself going in this one. Very, very tough in these late events. She's already competed today as well, and it can be very tough as we now move as part of this medley. They had the breaststroke. Now we move on. And now, wrapping it up, is Emily Stokel with a 1:33.78. And now making her final turn is Gracie Schilter for the Eagles. Trying to push herself to under 3 minutes. And she will just barely miss in under 3 minutes. She does it in 3 minutes and 32.
And a good race by Emily Stokel. There was no way for Gracie Schiller to catch up to her, and great job by Stokel getting a good time on this internal medley.
And now we'll have a full 6 lanes for this second heat. Maddie Fitzgerald from Keene State in lane 1, Claire McDonald for MMA in lane 2, Emily Kennard for Husson, she's in lane 3, Olivia Bolrus, she's already won a couple of events today. She returns in lane 4. That has been her lane so far, Owen. And Emily Metzger as well in lane 5. And Morgan Collins rounds out lane 6, and there they go.
There they go indeed. Got a full slate of 6 swimmers here for the Heat 2 of the IM.
Now pushing it out to an early lead is Kennard. She's followed by Bolrus. McDonald's in there too, as is Maddie Fitzgerald. Don't forget about Morgan Collins in lane 6 there too. But it will be Emily Kennard followed by McDonald, and then Bolris and Fitzgerald. And there's Metzger.
Also stay tuned. Right after this, we'll have the men's 200 individual medley right after this. But keeping our focus to this race, this medley, as we've got some very talented swimmers. Emily Kennard just holding her lead right now.
She has that lead. We'll see the splits in a second, just how big that lead is for her. As neck and neck are McDonald and Fitzgerald. It'll be Bolris to hit, then McDonald, then Fitzgerald. And neck down at the bottom right of your screen, just hitting the wall together, were Metzger and Collins.
But right now it's just Kennard holding her own, but slowly catching up to her is Bolris. I don't know if she has enough to get the advantage. Right now Kennard is pulling away.
Pulling away and being cheered on by her teammates as she continues to extend her lead here over Bolris. And Fitzgerald has a little bit of a lead there on McDonald. And then neck and neck. Down at the bottom of your screen are Emily Metzger and Morgan Collins. It's MMA and Husson trying to push themselves to the limit here. Emily Kennard pushing herself to her limit. It's Kennard, then Bowler, then Fitzgerald, who was pushed out to a body length lead over McDonald, and bringing it home, Emily Kennard with a 2:25.99, followed by Olivia Bolris with a 2:29.28, and then Maddie Fitzgerald with a 2:31.07. Claire McDonald, a 2:35.63. Morgan Collins with a 2:39.16, and then Emily Metzger with a 2:40.55. Now we move to the men.
Yeah, we got some talented swimmers in this first heat. Matthew Levesque, Lucas Fendel, Louise Guilin Barcia. Three very good swimmers.
And we heard the cheer for Lucas Fendel, as he is definitely someone to watch out for. He's got Mariners either side of him in Matthew Levesque and Louis Gendel Barcia. There they go. And it will be Matt Levesque taking an early lead from Lucas Fendel, though they're very, very close in their lanes 2 and 3. Close in behind is Barcia. Matt Levesque, almost a half body length lead right now over Fendel. Still early here.
Yeah, but he's maintained that lead pretty well. Fendel will have to get a couple good laps in a row to even try to even it up.
We know how dangerous he can be, but Matthew Levesque giving him all he can handle right now. And Barcia hitting the wall as well. So it's 1-2 Mariners right now.
Nobody's catching up to Levesque right now.
Levesque continuing his pace. 1:88. Next closest will be Barcia, 1:5:88. Literally 5 seconds difference there. And then a 1:08.34 for Lucas Fendel. Matt Levesque pulling away, and beginning to pull away is Barcia from Fendel. Levesque hits the wall.
Remember, they got one more down and back after this. It's not over yet.
And it's going to be an all-out effort for Lucas Fendel if he's going to try and catch Levesque. He's got to catch Barcia first. As hitting the wall now is Levesque. Then Barcia, then Fendel. Matthew Levesque. He will hit the wall now. And now coming home, looking to come home and looking to make it a 1-2 is Barcia. Fendel long ways away in third. And it will be Barcia. It will be Levesque with a 2:18.28 Barcia, 2:22.33, and Lucas Fendel 2:25.57.
And a good race by both the MMA swimmers, Levesque and Wheeling Barcia. Those two ran away with it. Fendel was not able to catch up to them. Levesque was the sole winner, however, in this one.
And now we will have a full heat in this second heat of the men's 200-yard individual medley. Ethan, again, in lane 1. Connor Hedstrom in lane 2. Kobe Sweat for the Eagles in lane 3. Leo Lauritsen in lane 4. Tim Rita in lane 5. And Bryce Upton for the Eagles in lane 6. That is your lineup.
A good slate of swimmers we've got here in this 200-yard individual medley.
And there they go, out to an early lead. Just for a moment was Kobe Sweat, but now it looks to be Connor Hedstrom who will take to the wall first, hitting the wall, followed by Sweat, followed by Lauritsen, and then the rest of the pack. And it is Connor Hedstrom with a slight lead as he hits the wall, followed by Sweat, and then his MMA teammate Tim Rita.
And Hedstrom has been one of the strongest swimmers, not just for MMA, but this entire evening through the night.
Neck and neck they are. It's Hedstrom and Sweat. And there's Rita and Lauritsen. Hedstrom building himself a lead here, almost a body length ahead of Sweat. And now, there goes Rita, Lauritsen, followed by Bryce Upton. And again, the crowd here just coming alive for Hedstrom and Sweat. It will be Hedstrom with a big lead now, having a great last 50, just pulling away from Sweat. It's his to lose.
Absolutely, but they got one more down and back to do. The freestyle is always the most interesting last part of the individual medley.
Now Rita catching up to Sweat. He will get ahead of him momentarily. Here's Lauritsen, followed by, about to hit the wall on the bottom of your screen in lane 6, Bryce Upton. Then in lane 1, Ethan Huguet. Here goes Connor Hedstrom, followed by Tim Rita, who has overtaken the lead from Sweat. It's Connor Hedstrom in first with a 2:06.54, followed by, it looked to be Tim Rita, who just got ahead of Kobe Sweat.
And good job on the comeback to get second place by Tim Rita. Was able to take the lead over Kobe Sweat at the very last second. But Connor Hedstrom, incredible race for him, just ahead of the pack the whole way.
Leo Lauritsen gets third, Bryce Upton fourth, and then Bryce Upton in fifth, and then again in sixth. And now we move to the fun ones. These are the final events. Heat 1, the women's 400-yard freestyle relay. We'll have 4 swimmers from each team. Lane 1 is Keene State. Lane 2, MMA. Lane 3, the Eagles. Lane 4, Keene State. Lane 5, MMA. And also in lane 6 is the Eagles.
Absolutely. And we've got a good selection of teams here for all 6 lanes. And this will be a fun one for sure.
It's reading from left to right. Barrett, Brewer, Henderson, Lee, Caddy, and Harriman all in there for their respective teams. It looks to be Harriman who is taking an early advantage from Lee. Neck and neck everyone is. Look at the Eagles on lane 6. That's Sarah Harriman, who is momentarily looked to have put herself in a good position, and it'll be Brooklyn Henderson maintaining her lead over Lee. Got a good battle in lanes 1 and 2. That's Barrett and Brewer. And Sarah Harriman pulling away from Natalie Caddy. And it is Brooklyn Henderson who relinquishes the lead, it looks like, to Rory Lee. Rory Lee, as we get set for the second entrance, it will be Rory Lee to touch first. Into the pool goes Griffin, followed by Welch, followed by Winslow, followed by Griffin and Cormier. And Rory Lee building herself up a big lead, handing it off to Dyer. Dyer continuing her lead now, this time over Donato.
And that lane 4 Keene State's team is doing very well. Kylie Dyer off with a huge lead.
And now Donato hits the wall, followed by Griffin. There's Winslow hitting the wall. And then it's Welch for Keene State hitting the wall, and then Cormier. And now Dyer continuing to maintain the lead that Rory Lee started. And into the water will go Reddick and then Muscovich. Muscovich going to have a lot of work to do to try and overcome this Keene State lead. Into the water goes Frege in lane 2. In lane 5, there goes Rudder and Gray, the Eagles in lane 6. But continuing her lead is Keene State, this time through Hannah Reddick, followed by Muscovich.
And to point out for lane 4 Keene State's team, the last person on that relay is Tallulah Gowen, who's been such a strong swimmer, and to have that person close you out while you have the lead, it's going to be in good hands for Keene State.
Rudder with the lead over Gray as they come to the near side wall, but it is all Keene State. As Hannah Reddick hands off to Going. In she goes. And then in goes Underwood.
Underwood and Going, that's a fun rivalry we've seen throughout the night. Those two have been going at it, and this will be the ultimate decider in this relay.
In goes Metzger for MMA, and now coming to the near wall is Collins into the pool for the Eagles. Keene State maintaining their lead. Underwood has a lot to do if she is to get back in this one. It is a absolutely flying start from Keene. Into the pool goes Hannah Hills, looking to try and claw something back for MMA. Yet to enter the pool, but momentarily is Madison Winslow. As it is all Keene State. And a 3:57.56 will be enough as to Lula Going, wrapping it up. Keene State first, the Eagles in second. Underwood finishing it off what was a team 4:03.03.
And that was just a great relay by Keene State. That fourth lane just had some very strong players. Starting off with Roy Lee, just incredible. Kylie Dyer and Hannah Regg in the middle of your lineup. That's a good pairing, and then Tallulah Going to round it out as such a strong swimmer. Husson tried to fight them off. Brooklyn Henderson, Abby Donato, Muscovich, and Underwood. Very strong team as well. They're just not able to catch up with that incredible, overpowering Keene State team.
And then it was Metzger for MMA with a 4:17.97, and then Wilson for Keene in lane 1 with a 4:23.54, and then it was Hills with a 4:39.83, and Collins for the Eagles, wrapping it up with a 4:30-40. And now we move to the men's.
Now this one will be really fun, Philip.
And we continue now with this. This is the final event. The men's 400-yard freestyle relay into the pool. Keene State in lane 1, MMA in lane 2, Husson in lane 3, Keene State in lane 4, MMA in lane 5, and Husson in lane 6. Keene State, Ethan Nguyen, Johnson, Rees for MMA, Brady Hand in there for the Eagles in lane 3, Carter Boucher in there again for Keene State, Henry Keeps for MMA, and Sam Pizer for the Eagles. And look who has an early lead. It's Brady Hand over Johnson Rees. Those two battling it out. It's Hand with half a body length as we move to the third lap.
And this Husson, the third lane Husson squad, oh boy, is that dangerous. Brady Hand, Ryan Emerson, Alexander Walsh, and Braden Champlin to round that out. That is going to be a team that is going to be hard to stop.
Roches fighting it hard with Keeps in there, 4 and 5. Ahead of him is Sam Pizer. Brady Hand gives Husson the lead and now hands it off to Ryan Emerson. Into the pool for MMA is Nate Gibson. And Nate Gibbons now to the wall. Extending his lead is Ryan Emerson. The Eagles are just absolutely far and away. A huge lead here for them. Henry Keeps over there in third for Keene, hitting the wall. As it's Jake Perkins who hit the wall for the Eagles as well. MMA, Dylan Barcia hitting the wall for them. Ryan Emerson continued with this lead. In comes Alexander Walsh for the Eagles.
And look at that lead he has. Holy moly. That Husson team is swimming wicked strong.
And James Cregan and Matthew Levesque into the pool almost at the same time. Or excuse me, that's Caden Cox. Almost at the same time, lanes 2 and 3, but Alexander Walsh continuing his Husson's dominance as they are almost a lap ahead. Meanwhile, we have a good fight here between lanes 2 and 4. James Cregan and Caden Cox. Hitting the wall just there in lane 6 was Andrew Prince, and then Matthew Levesque for MMA. Braden Rogers hitting the wall for Keene. And Walsh hands off to Braden Champlin, looking to seal this one for the Eagles.
And he has so large of a lead that he could go 50% and still win this one.
B.R. Boyer and Zach Metz in for MMA and Keene. Looking to claw something back. They're neck and neck. Meanwhile, Husson way out in front. Into the pool now is Thomas Murray. Walker Bennett is also in the pool for the Eagles in lane 6. And now for lane 1 is Josh Spillane. It's all to do for Braden Champlin as he pushes himself to what will be a dominant Husson victory. Weber Pool coming to life as a 3:20.59 shows on the board for an Eagles win. Pushing hard here, MMA and Keene. It's Boyer and Metz looking to see who will be second. It's very close, and it is Zach Metz over B.R. Boyer.
Wow.
3:34.39 for Keene, 3:34.78 for MMA. In lane 5, MMA, Thomas Murray comes across 3:50.34. What a race we have just seen, Owen.
Oh my God, it was incredible. Husson's team, just flat out the best team out there. No question about it. But that race for second place was a really, really good race by Keene State and MMA. Good job by Zach Mentz to finish it off for Keene State to get that second place finish. Good try by B. Boyer as well.
If Boyer had a longer fingernail, he would have won it. That's how close it was. Coming in In lane 1 was Josh Spillane with a 4:09.04. That will do it. Those are all of the events as this swim meet has wrapped up in just spectacular fashion.
Absolutely. We saw some amazing races tonight. I think this men's 400-yard relay was my favorite one of the night.
Absolutely. I have to agree with you. This was always a fan favorite. When you do come out here, that's why they put it last. It is so fun to participate in. It is fun to win for the Eagles, just a dominant performance, and then a very, very close 2-3 between Keene and MMA. And as for us in the broadcast booth, that is it. We will be signing off. Thank you so much for joining us here for this swim meet. I'm Philip Robarge, joined alongside Owen Snow. We hope you have a good night, and thank you so much from the Husson Eagles Sports Network. Good night.